Hello and welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream of Monster Hunter. I was planning to start out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and I do not see Stella yet, so I am keeping the Violet Mizutsune hunt for later. Although I will be hunting a normal Mizutsune and possibly a Soul Seer Mizutsune. I'm not 100% sold on that. It is not in what I would consider the normal run, so to say, since I am currently not doing the later editions, but I did just want to finish the basic run of the Deviants. So yeah, well, I'll say that exactly, but I will be doing a normal Mizutsune, and then very much possibly more than that. And in all my busying and the technical difficulties that I was dealing with earlier today, which gave me quite a scare, but I did manage to get it working again. I just do hope that there is no undiscovered damage that may be spreading. For if there is, then I may need to consign this to the land, to consign my current PC to the landfill, and I don't really have anything. Yeah, I don't really have anything to replace it. That would be very troublesome then indeed. But I have coffee and water and some soda, which I'm not sure I want to be drinking too much of. I am trying to lose weight, or maybe saying it does make it easier, maybe. How often do these things exactly work? I don't know. Here we are. I need you. And it looks like I did completely forget to get everything up and running. Okay. Okay, indeed. Let's do a normal Mizutsune, and then let me immediately afterwards go for Soul Seer Mizutsune. Am I required to... Well, maybe not required in this case exactly. Oh, there are earth crystals here. Okay. I do hope for dozens of crystals at least, hopefully. That is monster essence. I need more broth. Okay, but I am seeing a few more Silverwind tickets. Level 7 Silverwind tickets. Have I not used them, or had I heavy bowgun? But the light bowgun is okay. Not used, rather than forgotten to be put correctly. And that means the bow is also available. Seven and 7. Okay. Tira does understand the mission profile. Go hunt Benahabra. That's another Veggie Elder ticket, and I just realized for what I am doing, I can bring along a lot of items. Wee! Yeah, no, voucher. Water resistance. High rank, do we have? Okay. Let me fill up the glasses before we go on to the quests. Okay. I should not overly need issues here. And as we can currently see, there is only this one monster on the map, so we should not get interrupted by a bloody Bulldrone. Hello, Stinger Man. How are you? I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far. that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. I am doing fine, although I did have a slight technical scare, which I managed to mostly resolve. That is one angry Mizitsune. Hey, that did connect. I am really quite happy for that. Yeah. As I did say, I hope that everybody is having a lovely Sunday so far. And at least where I live, the temperatures have decreased by quite a bit, such that it is not just currently a lovely sunny day, but it is actually a day that you really would want to be outside, because it's not trying to cook you as you are trying to enjoying the outsides. And yesterday it did rain, which after how dry it was this summer was really good to see, and really did help a lot. Unfortunately, we can't just bring a monster over that then will take care of the water needs for us, although even Ludroth does need a source of water before he can distribute it. Okay. What is Miso going to be doing? Because I do want to sharpen. Okay, I do want to try and crack the head fin. Okay, he is moving on. I'll be bringing the resources, i.e. his tail, although I do not plan on giving it back to him. And we can move on. Okay. Stop being silly. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for a hunter. Ah, come on. That is seriously not the angle I would have predicted. Okay, that is that. As well. I can charge up my spirit gauge. And poor Mizutsune was not able to escape this hole, so he will now provide me with some material and then some hyper material that I will be using to improve some, maybe only up to one of his weapons. That the exact amount doesn't matter, but I will be able to do some more smithing work. And that is currently what counts. And after some wood carving, we're looking pretty good. Okay, so didn't quite check everything here. Some hyper hunters. 2 more amulets to the grind, and that was a pretty big one. Didn't even realize it. Usually I have more trouble the larger the monster is. It actually proved to be the opposite. So I did require a little bit of work here. And I can limit break it, and now I am missing hyper keen claws. talking about the amulet grind, let's have a look at our new harvest. Probably most of it will be immediately going back. Not sure for the Dread Queen. KO. It's not. It is not really anything I am looking for. One more. There we go. Probably will be needing to do some cleaning, and there we go. Okay. Actually, multiplayer traps. Okay. Deflector would be nice, but I'm not getting it. So, normal Mizusune is throwing out soap bubbles. Since I still need level 1 tickets, I am going to be going to collect them. Let's go! Capture Soul Seer Mizusune. We are offered some mining before we leave. And there is also a local bug catcher contest in which I don't seem to be doing badly. The kittens are looking at me with big eyes. Why is this man allowed to take our treasures? No, that is not like anybody would sound like that. No. Was trying to do an accent, which I am not good at. Some people call it an excuse, in that I say that my trouble with accents is the number of languages spoken. Yep, you got me. So his eyes burn. Not his bubbles. Oh, there are some burning bubbles. Okay. Ouch. Come on, I rolled. Stella, hello. How are you? I hope you're having a good Sunday so far since you're here. After Solcia, I'll be doing Purple Mizutsume. But I also do hope that you can be looking forward to a good rest of your Sunday. Yeah, so you were right to a point. I did not see them yesterday while fighting Solcia. There are some explosive bubbles indeed from him. But yeah, I'll also still will showcase Purple Mizutsume, because when I think Explodey here, it is not Solcia that comes to mind. Come on. Yeah, just a little bit more. Let me get your tail now. I remember you saying yesterday that you are doing Uptonorth. Did you finish Uptonorth, or are you still working on her? Okay. Actually, not exactly what I wanted to do yet. There we are. I forgot to order my supplies, so I am a little bit more limited, although I just had the normal supplies delivered. And yeah, as I said, I will be also be doing Violet Mizutsume after this then. I hope that was the claw I'm trying to break. Ouch. Still not really used to that jump attack. I'll try to avoid touching any bubbles if I can. do I take issue with foreseeing that attack. It's also timing-wise very hard to evade. I know, I know. It's not that new anymore, Violet Mizitsune. But compared to Celsia, it is older, yes. And honestly, he is not too bad to fight in this state. Come on. I say as I am getting completely bubbled. But I seriously had not seen those bubbles yesterday. I wonder whether that was just me overlooking. Oh, come on, it can't be completely bubbled again. I had not heard the term super subspecies yet. To a degree, it doesn't really make too much sense, in my opinion, at least. It's a subspecies. It may be stronger than otherwise currently known subspecies. But I wouldn't say maybe that is just me not having followed that completely, but to a degree, I'm not sure it quite works like that. What did I break? Did I break the fin or did I break the... Well, that is like a broken claw, but that is also a broken head fin. Yes, that's a broken head fin. That is fair. Due to the similarities on how they are a bit more blue, Celsius bubbles. But I personally would have said that the source of the fire may come from the same source. Okay. Mizu is gone. Gone where? Balloon. Do we have a balloon? Then my guess is going to be waterfall. Again, that is possible. That it is exclusive to Purple Mizutsune's diet. Can I deal with the tail? Oh, is there a limitation on when the tail break can occur? As, for example, can only break when... when it is bubbled, for example, like that. Where is my steak? I do need it. Yeah, I'm going to explode. Okay, there we go. There's the tail, and indeed it seems like the tail needs to be weakened. A lot of oil, most oil is actually flammable or burnable. Some more than others. And I do not have access to the geofish list. To be fair, there may be additions to that. Okay, I think you calmed down. Oh, the Ludroth are getting in the way. And I am fully soaked. Would be too nice if you were to fall into this trap specifically and become capturable. Okay. As long as Vizitun is not running away, that we grant. Are you going into the trap? Okay. Luckily not completely bubbled. That being said, we will be taking a quick excursion after collecting all of these. I did not get more shards. That is going to be an issue. There are more shards, but it does leave... Okay, I do need more shards than I have gotten in order to be able to do everything. You are going to be set pieces at least. Possible. How does Celsia does it do it? I don't know. And Yono, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. No item sets, that's what I was looking for. I am having a good Sunday. I did have a technical scare, but I did manage to mostly resolve it. And for Celsia, we're at forging stage, Gunlands, and that is 3 shards gone for that. And Arma is also requiring a lot of shards. Okay. That is... Well, that is a decent start then. As always, it could be more troublesome. Well, no. That is not... That is actually not a fair way to be putting it, but... I hope that your Sunday can improve. That's better. Okay, we'll be doing... I do want to have a clean... or at least a mostly clean... box before switching. I don't think that is quite the case. So... Let's start. I probably do need to wait for the shaders to compile before being able to jump in and hook into it. Yeah, I do need to compile the shaders. That should be done shortly, and then I'll be able to hook in and equip myself for Violet Mizitsune. And the reason I do say that I am doubtful about that is because the area you do fight Violet Mizitsune in is quite it's covered in like knee-deep water, basically all about. So maybe we have to fight in there, but maybe that is because we're fighting in there, but it does not seem like there is a particular dislike of Violet Mizitsune for water. So yeah. Okay, that is quite okay, I read that as quite different. So spending most of the time in water and coming out on land for the breeding season and being less aquatic is a little bit different than how I read it in the beginning. But yeah, it's still strange because from the looks of it, Mizutsune's breeding season has widened then quite a bit because we can find a lot of Mizutsune and not only Celsia, but a lot of Mizutsune in general after they had first been discovered. As with so many monsters, once they are discovered, they, for whatever reason, seem to become a lot more common. Come on. Why? Okay, there we go. No, let's do it as always, and we'll be taking a look at that as a world, that is a rise. Violet Mizutsune, probably still Thunder as a weakness. No, Ice is beating out Thunder for damage for Violet Mizutsune in basically everything. That is fair. Those are issues that do trouble a lot. Well, trouble that are common for a lot of the monsters of Monster Hunter. In a way, Capcom is releasing some information, but not all of it. Yep, looking it up, it is slightly weaker to Ice than it is to Thunder, although the difference is not huge. I know that I fought you before. Where are you? That's Velkhana. There are a few of... Ah, there we are. A mysterious pale flame. Hello, welcome in, Drai. Yes, this is slightly different, I hope, but I do still hope that you are having a good Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a lovely rest of your Sunday to come. Welcome in, and I do need to... Sunbreak is not findable, so Rise it is. Before we are switching back. Manage items. Pay with points, the usual. But yeah, as I did say yesterday, I did want to showcase Violet Mizutsune to Stella, and Stella, thank you very much for the hydrate. That is fine. As you can see, that this is not a dry area, but being primarily land dwelling versus primarily water dwelling is not a huge issue. And as you can see, he is, in my opinion, very much more the Fire Mizutsune than Soul Seer is. And there you see he also has quite some fiery bubbles. Luckily, I do not need to jump back. So yeah, and Violet Mizutsune, unlike Soul Seer, which still uses mainly soapy bubbles, is all about that fire. Even his jet is a lot more fiery. To a large degree, I am happy that we're both not much happy with us both not hitting much, rather than that being just me. No, I have not incorporated those into the longsword style. I am playing as if it is still basically GU guild style. And I've been told off by quite a few people, but so far I've beaten every boss solo with that, including Primordial Mountain, although last time I showcased Primordial, I did not manage 100% to beat him. And while I was unhappy about people being like, oh, you're not playing optimally, and terrible person for not playing optimally. I mean, I can still play my old style, and if people don't want to play with me because I'm not playing optimally. I mean, that is fair. But I don't mind additions to the style. I do hate it when, like in Wilds, they completely revamp the longsword away from what I have been playing for so long. Yes, exactly. And that is why Wild's longsword just... it is not fun for me anymore. And that is annoying. Absolutely. I hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Drake, thank you very much for stopping by. And yeah, please have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. I do think I'm getting knocked about here for 5 minutes. Do we have a wasp? We do have still a wasp to heal from. That's too far away. Ah, you're still sliding. Oh, quite often I would be guessing, and I also will be guessing that I will be smacked quite a few times, because for me, the longsword is not an evasion focused weapon, not a counter focused weapon. That would be something more appropriate for sword and shield, or, well, lances, in my opinion. Okay, I'm not taking enough advantage of the blade hone that I have, because I do have to sharpen soon. Oh, come on. And as you can see, Violet Mizitsune is, I think, much more Did I? Oh, I did not bring along anything from the box. I completely forgot about that. Ah, that's okay. There is nothing wrong with feeling like that. I have the... I wouldn't be exactly calling it an issue, but I do enjoy my longsword far too much. In Rise and World, at least, still, to have really switched. As you may notice. Okay, that is big bubble. you warned me. I still didn't manage to heed that properly. Okay, tail first, and I did manage to hit something on that Sakura slash. Didn't even try to get the DPS check in. And I don't mind too much. But if I am being honest, I would say that Purple Mizutsune could equally well get their fire from Burst Arovana as Soulseer does. For one, they do not seem, now that I've finally noticed those blue bubbles properly. Probably noticed them before, but oh, come on. Not even enough damage yet to be using a whole Mega Potion. Oh, well. That is true. I don't know. I'm not sure how much we will be seeing. Okay. Mizu did not like that. Come on. Do we have anything nice to smash him against? Okay, didn't manage to get the turnaround there. Oh. I do need... Or do you want to enjoy some steak in a moment? Fair enough. Oh, come on. Was bloody my fault. I cannot fast travel while in combat, so I cannot get back to camp except by fainting. That is... That is unfortunate, for I completely forgot to bring anything. Okay, come on. You're getting long in the tooth. At least give me your tail. I'm terrible at getting through there. Fair enough. I personally wonder whether a new species is actually necessary or whether it is... Come on. That did not work out well for me, nor for Mizutsune, luckily. I have a few friends with me. Yeah. Thank you very much for stopping by, and I hope that my sloppy fight did help to showcase why I had purple Mizutsune in mind rather than Solcia. Really seriously do wonder if I'm going to be able to get that tail off. I'm sorry I had now probably forgotten in time, but I do wish you a very nice rest of your Sunday, Stella, as well as hopefully a very restful time. I do apologize for forgetting that I lost some sharpness, but I also finally managed to get the tail. That is one thing that is really, I at least find unfortunate in Rise, is how much stronger they made all of the breakable parts. To a degree that it doesn't even feel proper anymore. Let's take advantage of our taxi. Yeah, we're not we won't have been able to get to pass the DPS check there. That does mean that he is not as tired. And we do have the last, another aspect of the monsters, that hard monsters, instead of really threatening to hurt you, just take a long time to beat, and they try to grind you down that way. Come on. I'm not getting through. I'm not getting past. Broken. Okay, they're finally weakening. Again, deal 2 to 3 times the damage depending on the attack, and maybe 2/3 to half the life, and the fight becomes suddenly a lot more interesting. And we do need to remember that while I did... So that is 9 mega potions used. Had I not forgotten to bring the box along with me, I would have needed none. Or maybe at least do not have monster scaling, because bloody hell, no. I don't want the quests to become DPS checks. Can I deal enough damage in 50 minutes in order to beat the monster? It should either be that the monster is going to run away, letting you complete the quest before after a certain time, if you manage to deal enough damage, or that you can kill it in at most 30-35 minutes. Fair enough, this was under, but that is my Fatalis scale, and Purple Mizutsune for me does not fall into that exactly. But yeah, that is Purple Mizutsune, and I do think that having a monster that when it becomes angry uses then fire is much more something that I do equivalate with it. You have not fought Fatalis. I have in multiple games. Yeah. White Fatalis especially, deservedly is one of the hardest but best monsters, in my opinion. Is very deserved of its strength and its status of strength. But as I said, that was a showcase. As to why my thought went immediately to Purple Mizutsune rather than Soulseer when the topic of Mizutsune and fire came up. Alatreon may be the hardest for me to judge. I don't hate him, but he is not close to being as good and as iconic as Fatalis, in my opinion. Raging Brachelios, on the other hand, that is a masterfully done monster, very well elevated from its base form. Much like Furious Rajang, in my opinion. But they are also not required hunting. And you should, as much as possible, hunt as long as you as long as you're comfortable with the monsters. And for me, yeah, I am comfortable with a lot, although Fatalis in GU is much better done in multiplayer than single player, unlike the Fatalis in Freedom Unite, where it doesn't matter as much to me because the bow is just almost seemingly unfair. Okay, but we will be... Oh, stones. We have too many. Okay, that is good to know. stone. 1. Not even sure I need 2 stacks of stone. 1 stack of stone is more than enough. It's not like it's a very prominent ingredient in much of in many of the weapons that I'll be creating. You are correct. I did forget to switch back over. I am currently... I just did go through the item chest and the... You know, the item chest, selling off over some of the overflow, and yeah. Let me have a quick look. I do want to have an estimate for... I thought I was missing a piece here. That is now corrected. Bolt Reaver, I am missing some more level 1 tickets. Yeah, don't have the tickets for this. Let me have a look at Dread King weaponry hunting horn, for example. I'm using up the carapace for that. Yeah, those carapaces are terribly insufficient. And I currently do not have any level 7 tickets either. Let me quickly count. Yeah. Not going in very happily, but I do need to hunt another Dread King before doing much else. Just let me check where we are at. If Dread King in 7 is the capture quest. On one hand, that is very nice. On the other hand, of course, you can't bring any of your own item capture quests are amongst the most annoying for me because, well, it means I cannot really bring the things I would want to bring. And I need to rely on what they just what they give me, which makes this even longer than I'd like it to be. I didn't need that particularly. Okay. Okay, Rathalos, here we come. Let's see how large the percentage of time that I hit is compared to the percentage of time that I miss. We're starting really well. Which is not a huge issue since paintballs are available to me in sufficient quantities. See if I can't mount the Rathalos here. Didn't even manage to fill up my spirit gauge yet. And the Uruktor is, well, annoying. Hey, white bar. Okay, managed to knock him down. He is more or less cooperative. Although that was closer than I might have liked. Okay. Now let's try to get the tail off. Okay, we're flying on. That means we'll be running on for us. Which way does he go? Up to area 2. That is... area-wise, I do think maybe the worst to be fighting any monster in. Not because it's... yeah, well... The way the chamber is lit makes it hard to make the monster out, especially on stream, due to the additional artifacting that that the stream itself is introducing. So I do hope it's not getting too dark for you. Here, Antira, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. That is bloody not the direction I was trying to turn before throwing that, but okay. So yeah, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday morning, and I'm looking forward to a great continuation of your Sunday. And I'm getting a face full of fire for my troubles. Didn't want to stay in range of that thing. Okay, I am getting munched on. try to flash that bat again. Well, it's not a bat, but... Oh no. Slightly annoyed that he got up that quickly. And Rathalos is moving on. I did indeed fight Purple Mizutsuno, and if you do feel like you do want or need to sleep a little bit longer, that is fine. I hope you have a restful nap. And while thank you very much, Yono, I do not disagree. I do disagree slightly that I'm a legend. It's just been the weapon that I've been using for so long. Okay, that is a trap that is probably completely unusable. No, it is not. Managed to find the edge of it and get trapped. Okay. Okay, I do need to reapply a paintball. My reapplication has the same trouble as the primary application. It's hard to hit the bastard. Okay. Okay. Not shaking that is great. Okay. Let's take a quick nap at camp. Do some restocking. I have used a lot less first aids than I actually was expecting here. That is currently 3. Rather than the at least half a dozen I had last time. But yeah, more Rathalos shenanigans. As he's moving on again. We've been on this for a while. And what I really dislike the most, unfortunately, is the fact that he is flying about so much. Stop. Okay, I do need to trap him. Let's first apply some trank bombs. That is a trank bomb wasted. Do I still have a flash bomb? I do not. Okay, please turn around. Bloody Khonshu. There we go. Rathalos is sleeping. Although Rathalos' nap will probably not be as comfortable long term as I hope Tiras is. And yeah, longsword. I do not consider myself a legend at all. But again, thank you for the very nice evaluation. I am not getting nearly enough Carapace, in my opinion. I should be getting much more instead of still being handed shells here. I mean, we're almost... We're already most of the way to G rank on the missions, and I'm still getting so many more shells than I am getting Carapaces. At one point, I just want to see Carapaces and no shells anymore. I have enough shells. Stop giving me more shells, please. Okay. It's especially with how many shells they are requiring of me. So I got one. I got a single one here. So that is 6 now. That's not a 6, that's a 6. And the light bowgun is missing 3 carapaces. The 2. So just to get everything to level 6, I am missing 7 carapaces. Let's go have a look at the hunting horn. We're not going further than 7, but 7 at least. We finally did manage. Rank 7 as well. I really missed out on so much from him. His saber is the only one that I haven't even pushed to 11 yet. Everything else is 14 at the moment in my longsword collection. Not completely finished yet, but... well, 14 or 4. Depending on the category, which for me, by all intents and purposes, is the same rank. So I'm counting G1 as 11 for the others. Okay, and I'm not exactly sure how many more I need. I can just keep going. Do them one at a time and then see what I do have left over. For the main grind, though, we'd be arriving at Crystalbeard today. With known 4 more hunts required. Whereas for Dread King, I cannot tell since I... yeah, since I don't have a multi-dimensional table, it's at least 3-dimensional table, I only have a 2-dimensional table for my information. And that is insufficient to put everything in to be able to express for sure how much more I am requiring. Let's have a look. You're 3, 4... 5, 5, and 1, 3. Ooh, that didn't go far enough. Question is, did I already recover my items. It looks like I have not yet done so. I do want to... Yeah, 7, where we're currently at, is... Oh, I had brought back my... Oh, great. We do need a few more mega potions. Okay, let's rebuy a few things here. Well, I'm saying a few things, it's just one, really. Come on, what was I thinking about? Yes, that's it. Yes, exactly. Okay. Muscle memory did what memory did not allow me to remember. Nope. No, 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 no. If this were more often, I'd really need to start paying tax on that mistake. Yeah, I mean, I have more than enough fire resistance, and having full stamina is very valuable. Volcanic Hollow, that is what I need to remember. Volcanic Hollow. Okay. Hop. And we are on our way to hunt the Uragan. And here we are. Okay, slightly too early. And I completely missed that. Oh. Uragan's strongest weapons
weapon is his endurance. He's just surprisingly tough. Okay, can you? Do something like that over here, yes. Okay, I seriously thought I would be able to mount him before he left. That mine is not going to be properly activated, and we do need to... We probably will need to activate Operation Stink. Maybe not. Nope, Operation Sting is absolutely required. Okay, that's Operation Sting successful. Personally, I would have said that a lava bath is a pretty good way of getting any stink off. Okay, finally. Again, his biggest strength is his endurance. Okay. That was a good crack. Very happy to see you lying down here. I'm just thinking that EX Uragan here will be a huge DPS check. Okay, great. Kid is coming to the rescue. Operation Stink the Second. Although Uragan is moving out. No. No! Oh, not here. I do hope that Agnaktor is not falling for that trap then. Okay, big scream. Big roll. Uragan, just stop that. This is much more of what I would want to see. I am very annoyed that Agnaktor is yet again in the lower area, because that means that he is going to be very quickly back. Ah, great. Uh-oh. Still go ham on you. Now, not anymore. Oh yes, yes, that is slick. That is very slick. Whee! Nice, that trap came just in time. And I will be honest, I did not have the confidence to lay my own trap. In risking, in missing, and putting it into a place where he is not going to be stepping as he's moving and thus missing. But Luca placing a trap down, which is basically free for me, was really nice there because it did allow me to capture him then and there. That is a rank up, to which I am not going to be protesting. Level 7 Uragan, Crystal Beat Uragans may not be the hardest of quests, but it's also not a quest which for which it feels wrong to get an upgrade. That being said, let me have a look at my Geode Switch Axe. And again, I am a little bit more spoiled for choice. Seven, and the heavy bowgun will be following swiftly. With another 7. Next on the chopping block, although we do need to put it on there, the slightly larger chicken is not... I do not know it well for wanting to be cooperative. So we're probably running with the chopping block after it. We're running after it with the chopping block, that is what I ought to have said. What I did say may not be terribly wrong, but makes less sense. Okay, more earth crystals. Not my wish to question that. Yeah, no, I don't think there is a good angle. But there is a good angle there for those, so this has to suffice. Let's have a quick look at some of the possible overflow. That is a scoot I can sell, and that's lava nuggets I can sell. What else? I thought I had some additional talismans for the candidate pool for the melds, but that doesn't seem to be true. It is Deadeye. It is the capture quest. Great, yeah. Not unregistered set, sell items. We'll have a good food. We're enjoying some good food, and then we'll be off. Again, we'll be given all that we need. And for whatever reason, for these quests, they are still absolutely able to just put us where we need to be. Rather than dropping us off somewhere at random. That being said, we have left the chopping block at home, hopefully. And we'll be bringing home live chicken. And we'll be relying on the butchers. That is not wrong to say, although he is now called Deadeye, the first deviant ever hunted, Deadeye Yangaruga. Well, I cannot offer him a replacement breakfast. Whoops, sorry for hitting the mic there. This version is officially called Deadeye, but I would agree that it is a scarred Yangaruga, and that is why I said Deadeye Yangaruga is the first deviant ever hunted, before we even knew that it was a deviant. Okay. How about a potion here? So either the reports from Mindguard and Poke had not been shared with the Academy, or this is something completely entirely different again. My idea is that its significance of Scarred Yangaruga being different to the normal young Garuga was not discovered until later, and thus only later resulted in a change of name. But for my headcanon, I would actually say that Deadeye is just what was previously known as Scarred Young Garuga. And it was unknown how many more changes a monster's body may go through after being so badly injured by a hunter. And depending on how you take a look at it, we have at least 3 deviant subspecies are happen due to injury by a hunter. And that would include young Garuga, Mizitsune, and Bloodbath. Okay, he is moving on. That is not terrible. I did want to sharpen up for a few minutes already. And despite having... Nope, you get a little bit more of a break. I do want to carve the tail. We don't know how Red Helm changes, because that is also the question. How many of the subspecies are born as their subspecies? How many develop into their subspecies? We don't have great numbers on it, but at least, again, 3 do seem to do a externally triggered transformation, whereas for the Dread pair, I would find it much more plausible. I don't even know how they normally change color. Those are subspecies. I think, although don't quite quote me on it, with Monster Hunter Stories, it is pretty clear that the different colors are actually different races, subspecies of, like properly subspecies of Rathian or Rathalos, and it's not that it is a coloration that comes with age, but rather something that is actually determined by birth. Which would make sense, because it does explain why, even though it is far too quick, they seem to be able to evolve separately. If I take a look at Gold Rathian in Rise Sunbreak, that is something completely different than the Gold Rathian in GU, although time-wise, not really any time has passed. You are on the tougher side, my dear. Okay. Here we are. Stop, guys. Stop, 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 stop. I do not want to waste the trap I have. Luckily, I do not have to. I know that he will be coming over here. I want to say over here. No. And that is good night for this Deadeye Yangaruga. I really do love this music. Two more tickets. I hope that I have enough to upgrade everything that is in the pipeline at the moment, and then we'll be moving on to Thunderlord, actually. Yeah, Thunderlord. With Thunderlord not being a capture quest, if I have it right, but a normal one in an arena with a bloody Bulldrome. Gunlands. Indeed, here we are. We need 3 of these, and I can upgrade it even more. So that is up to 8. Light bowguns is 10 already. Light bowgun is 10, fair enough. Heavy bowgun. And that is another 8. I do not know how many other level 8 tickets we have, but we seem to be skipping out on a lot here. Which isn't too bad, but that means that I have an entire level where I can basically ignore Deadeye, and that is unfortunate. I do like to hunt him. He is a very good hunting target. But don't we have more? Nope, that was exactly what I... Teostra was hidden. Okay, none now. Okay. I was like, ceiling shield? How did we get to that? My bad. I was looking at the wrong place. Did I? I still have 4 level 8. Okay. Okay, level 8 is going to be very much almost entirely skipped at that point. Cool. On one hand, yes, cool. On the other hand, unfortunate. A little bit sad. Okay. Next up, as I said, is Thunderlord. It is not going to be a capture quest. So, taking care of that. So this is 310, 40, no affinity. This is 310, 42, 15% affinity, and more purple. It is the better weapon. It is the absolutely better weapon. Ice weapons are bloody weird. I always had that feeling. Starting with the fact that it's the only type that can start on rarity 1. All the others do require at least rarity 2. Shall I? That should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine, but on the other hand, why not? Are you back, Claire? Do you bring me monster broth? She does not. Hello, Angry Chair. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. Welcome in. Yes. And I was, albeit shortly, and I had switched to it, but I had forgotten to switch back. That is good to hear. Do you want to come along, or do you just want to watch? Because I'm almost ready to go onto a quest, and if you do want to come along, I don't want you to need to wait until I finish the quest. Then let me open a hub, and we'll be enjoying some fun. Password is going to be 1540. So I'll be giving you the first choice of the hut today. Well, basically like always, in that regard. So if you have anything you want to go hunt, feel free, and I probably will be switching out the weapon though. You'll skip. Fair enough. Then it's not going to be the most... no. No, actually, 7. That is correct. Should not have miscounted here. No, that is 7. And I'll be giving some more thought for the next hunts. I've been doing actually really good on the Deviant grind. I am down to 1,946 tickets required. Down from 2,250 a month back. I really managed to get some tickets in. Well, yes, running out of money is definitely something that I am experiencing as well. I am also out of, well, except one, I'm completely out of eggs, and I have started to grind down the materials, the monster materials, to make some more money. Yeah, and I've been yo-yoing up and down quite a bit, and it's not partially because I'm not only making Deviant arms and armor, but because I'm also taking a look at the same time for what other weapons of that weapon type I would like to see in my collection. Oh, and he is also stunned. Okay, that was very quick. It makes a really huge difference when you have a good team together rather than hunting solo. And we really managed to crash his party. And I dare say that the second one is not... It doesn't have any better chances, especially since I'll be charged up and you'll also be probably charged up quite a bit more than at the very beginning. Here we are. That was unfortunate. But he immediately comes rolling over to me. Dang it. We did not manage to keep him in the area. But yeah, his deck was also very much stacked against him. Okay. And after I have my cars, I'll be Farcastering out and put the Pole Pass ticket in. Okay, very well done on this quest. Thank you very much. Feels always a little bit unfair to if you do need lower ranking quests and you really just hammer them like this. But that is going to allow me to upgrade my heavy bowgun and bowgun. Not bowgun. Bow. And I probably brought along tickets that I have no use for anymore. But a quick jump to the smithy and the item box will clarify that. So I did say heavy bowgun. 15. Do I have anything? One 7 bow. Okay. That is 2 more steps. Yeah, Thunderlord 1, definitely not anything I require more of. Okay, you're waiting for the next quest. Let's do something a little less troublesome. I do have 2 tickets already. Okay, that is indeed 1 more hunt. Let's go capture ourselves another Soul Seer. I should be fine for the amulet. No, I'm not. Okay, that explains a few things. We'll be doing this quest by very quickly. We'll switch out the amulet that I can bring Capture Guru along. I do not want to go on a capture quest and not myself see when he is softened enough to be capturable. I do rely on that. If I don't have that, I just risk killing him. Okay, that does mean I have not eaten yet. Here we go. I hope that I'm going to get a few of his shards, but recently he's been rather stingy. Yep. Yoruba, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far, and I'm looking forward to a lovely rest of your Saturday to come. Welcome in. How are you? That is, so often, the unfortunate fact that as Sunday ends, Monday begins. that were solid hits on the head. Okay, that does hit me a lot more often than I am comfortable with. I also do just see that my sharpness has dropped by quite a bit, actually. And it's again me running into one of his bubbles. But I just, yeah, the beginning of Monday is still a little bit, and we still have a few hours of weekend left, so if possible, I hope you can be enjoying those very much. Yorba. If it is fine if I call you Yorba, your full name is Yorba Blancas. I'm been shortening it ever since the beginning. But do let me know if you prefer to be called differently or by your full name. Yoruba is fine? Okay. Then I will keep calling you Yoruba. He is now ready to be captured. Let me get the trap ready. And there we go. It did take me a while to throw a trank bomb because I was too close and I had to evade his bite. But very, very good hunt. And that should give, yeah, that does give me the last 2 tickets that I need to complete all the weaponry. I am missing shards though. Okay, I can... I'm almost like saying I can see what you mean. The issue is a little bit that I have been playing Monster Hunter for quite a while. We played 5,000 hours of Greatsword. I must have the same amount of time in Longsword, but most of that time is actually in the older games. Charge Blade would be the next one here. is actually in the older games, and as such, they feel, yeah, fine to me. Even old games like Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, which is the first game I really got into Monster Hunter with, does feel fine to me from the controls. It doesn't feel clunky or anything like that. And from that perspective, I don't think I am a good judge if they do feel clunky coming from what I call the modern iteration from World and Rise. You want to do the first hunt. You want me to do the very first hunt? Oh, that is. I'm not sure I want to submit any of these to that. And these are the first. No, these are G rank. Bloody hell! Let me put a pin into it. If Chair needs to leave, I'll be doing it, but not with Chair here. That is not going to be. That is not going to be a great spectacle. That is very much bullying, yeah. Continuing on the grind, on my part of the grind though, I still need more Rust Razor captures as well. And if I am selecting a quest you don't want to go on, Chair, feel free to suggest another one. And I am bringing the necessary traps and trank bombs for the capture. But yeah, no, that poor Great Macau. Yono, hello, welcome in. Well, I do hope that the crab is at least somewhat more stable if I go back to the first Great Macau and in the village. Yeah, that is going to be... It's going to be a very, very one-sided fight. And while Rust Razor might not be in the best situation, oh, come on. If I continue to get my rolls this badly wrong, it is going to do some damage. Okay, and Rustracer is going to fetch the Glavenos skull here. Welcome back from the ads, and as I said, rather as I have now decided, the quest that you want to see is short enough that I'll be... Thank you. That I'll be going on to the village, onto that village quest just before the end of stream in about 2 hours. It is... If I take the first... Even if I take the first guild quest, though, it is not... going to be lasting very long with the two of us, and since I don't need any material from it, I do not I'll be waiting until I can say, okay, I can do one Great Macau solo in the village. Yeah, it was in the village. It's Great Macau. In the guild, there is a little bit more choice. I'm still not getting that timing right. Chair, be careful. He is weak. Okay. That missed. I can set up the trap. Okay. I just saw that my Calico brought out a bomb there. I do think he would have had enough endurance to stomach one. But I didn't really want to see it risk, so I'm happy that we managed to trank him down before he had decided it was a good idea to shove a bomb down Rustrazor's face. Some more Rustrazor courtesies that I do need more of than a single one, unfortunately. Stout Bones, Leg, Rustrazor Cortex, second one, very nice. Rough Edge. That's not a tarnished or worn weapon. As such, it is not going to be added to the collection. Let me have a quick look. If I can make 2 more pieces of the armor. I'm missing the gauntlets. To which I'm missing 2 more courtesies. The waist, probably similarly, I'm missing courtesies. Yeah, 1 only though. And so that is 6. That's quite a few still. But I have a few more tickets. Hyper Silverathalos. Yeah, why not? I'll be selecting Shagaru Magala, G rank, as the next hunt. Let's bring those Veggie Elder tickets to the box. There we go, to the ends of the earth, and I still have some epic hunting quests left open. I do need to sit down and do so many things. I'm just going to say yes, I still have quests open there. I'm just too busy to close them out at the moment. And it doesn't matter elementally too much because the virus attacks do not have an element, if I remember it correctly. Since you have been playing Rise Yorba, you might have encountered this one beforehand. He is a monster I really do enjoy to fight. And while I'm not entirely certain I agree with his risen form, simply due to the fact that he is still a calamity unto himself. I saw that too late. Okay. Feeling a little bit troubled by the fact that I have not even managed to charge one level so far. Of course. My luck currently notwithstanding, I do manage to just step into one of his exploding pillars. Slightly off if you time it perfectly. You can catch him as he is coming down. It's a tight timing, but it does work. And there we go. Here's always a lovely quick fight. And you know, I really do enjoy how his fight flows, especially for an Elder Dragon. As I did say, I started in Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. Where is the tail? Ah, there he is. There it is. I skipped originally Monster Hunter Tri or 3U, which as far as my understanding goes, are basically extensions of the single game or ports of the same game onto the 3DS. So I skipped that and then I came back in for U. So the Elder Dragons that I had experience with were Teostra, Lunistra, Camellios, Kushala, in the typical dragon form as we find Shagaru Magala. And then, of course, the 3 subspecies of Fatalis, in addition to Kirin, who, despite looking very much like a horse, is still an Elder Dragon. And while they play quite differently, the Teostra / Lunistra and Kushala Camellios, the fighting Shagaru Magala at the time was quite nice because of how much more fluid his fight felt seemed to flow. Let's put it like that. Yeah, and it's still a fight I really enjoy. That I still really enjoy. Okay. I am in desperate need of a lot of earth crystals. Okay, that does go high enough. So my idea is to have the cats do this. And Slamyron, welcome in. I just had a quest. Chair is probably skipping again, so you are welcome to choose one if you so want to. And I also want to welcome you into stream, and I hope that you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Sunday to come. Limit now to 5 PM for my daily hunt. In that being a Volvodon. 9,000 is not really enough that I say I'd need to do so. Diabolical deluge. Deluge, that is not how you say that in English. And Tsukiko, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great Sunday to come. Welcome in. No, I'll just stick with the longsword for this. Well, since I have since the lobby is set up the way it is, in that it is basically only accessible from stream. Shall I be that mean? No. So 2 to 3 seconds if you don't say hi, you're going to kick the players out already. To a point I can see it. And you're right, indeed, this is on Switch. A few minutes, then that is very reasonable. And yeah, I can absolutely understand. It is good manners to say hello. And I may be too kind on these points. Do we have frogs here? Oh. I think Slamyron is fishing. And there comes Lizzie. Yeah, that is very rude. Especially if the lobby is set up to host the sides. I would expect so. I'm not the Switch's keyboard is not the most. It's not really to type huge text, but yeah, I do say hello and I do that if I am joining another lobby, which, again, to be fair, I don't do too much. Bloody tail was a little bit too far out on it. And with the hyper mode, it deals a ton of red damage. But oh, come on, don't. Thank you. Yep. You have set yourself a boundary. Oh, okay, he did not understand why. No, I would have said that. No. You don't enter somebody else's hub and then just select a quest and don't even say hello or anything. What I was doing in the very beginning when I was not keeping as tight a control over the host of the hub, which I am doing better now because we had some issues where viewers wanted to join and do also not having used the password. People came in, selected a quest. I usually ignore them if I have the opportunity to do so. But at the moment, yes, I would also kick them. The password and so they do a lot to alleviate the problem for me. Hey, oh, I hope I'm not taking the narcotoxin you needed, Slamiron, because that is quite a bit, and that is 2 more amulets for the big collection. Yeah, explaining such a thing would also take a huge amount of time. Yeah, I do need to sort this, or chaos is going to ensue. But what I was trying to say, and I'm not sure how much of it I did say, is that especially when it is hard to explain, it is not something to do. But then again, I mean, you ought to show some common sense and understand that if you come in without any manners, then people might not be amused by that and set boundaries. You got 2 out of 3 of the hypernarcotoxins. Okay. I don't mind going for them again to help you collect all of them. That slum iron is very fair. It is, though, something that I do not do, and I did not think about beforehand. Another, something else, though, that is also, for me, an issue is the terrible short letter count for text that you can send. It's like 24 characters, something like that. That is not too much. I do not think you a tyrant. It is a lack of respect. It's definitely lacking respect, and tolerance cannot tolerate intolerance. It is a very absolute sounding and very harsh sounding statement, but it would apply to this situation that you have set yourself a moment where you say this, I cannot tolerate this intolerance, because it's a lack of respect and it's lacking tolerance towards you. You might not want to go onto this quest. You might have something else you might want to do. You might be with some friends or so, and just coming in, not even saying hello, and then accepting a quest. I'd ignore it if I could, which is not really all that possible anymore. But again, yeah, that is a boundary, and you are enforcing that boundary, and there is nothing wrong about that. I see. It is a little bit smoky, and Slum Iron is fishing again. I don't find it funny as much as that I think it is sad that he felt so entitled and felt it so little issue that he needed to come back to ask. Okay. That is not, from that perspective, absolutely not wrong. If you can laugh about it, it is much better for yourself. But it is definitely sad that he does not have the manners and the wherewithal to understand even what he did wrong there. Nice Hara. That would be your word, Chair, wouldn't it? What do you mean didn't allow Monster Hunter to use the touch screen in handhelds? For the keyboard, you absolutely should be able to do so. But I'm guessing that is not exactly what you mean. You tried? It's not working? I had in mind, and apparently I was wrong that you could use the touchscreen in Monster Hunter to the touchscreen keyboard in Monster Hunter, but apparently not. If it doesn't work, yes, I do not understand why. It may have... Although that doesn't make any sense with how the Switch is put together. It does have a proper operating system, so why not accept touchscreen input for the keyboard? Have the keyboard be managed by the operating system, which for Monster Hunter it does look like that is the case, but they're not being able to do touchscreen input. Fair. I can try later if the keyboard does work on Switch 1. It is hard to lock the control to the attached Joy-Cons. Again, it should still... okay. I understand what you mean with that, Chair, yeah. That on the Switch 2, it runs as if it were in docked mode. Okay. Yeah. If that is the case, that would explain it, definitely. Okay. That is a nice collection of earth crystals. Let me immediately go ahead and start to reduce it. More earth crystals. Very, very nice. Okay, a break soon may not come. That's not far enough. Oh, that's barely far enough. You found a way to play Monster Hunter straight for 7 hours without charging your Switch. Okay. I'm not sure how that would work. My first thought was, well, play on PC, but... Use 2 switches? Yeah, the Switch 2 has more battery and will not need as much power to run Monster Hunter GU as the Switch 1 does. That could work. I think I would just go ahead and charge. Okay. Ice Steel Dagger. I do have that one. Yep. It is absolutely allowing you to continue to play while having used up one of the charges. Chameleos. Oh, okay, that requires... that does require somewhat of their... And I have used up the entirety of my crystals. I am guessing that Slamiron is doing the upgrades. I do... nope. Choosing a quest. Okay. That is fair. It's actually water that I should be eating, but I'd rather take along the additional stamina. And it is Zamtrios, so I do need to remember to bring hot drinks. I just really started missing Zamtrios' subspecies. There is the Tiger Stripe Zamtrios as well, which I don't think has been seen outside of Monster Hunter 4U. Which I do miss a little bit. Or a lot right now, because he is also probably one of the funniest monsters ever. So, to give people who do not know about Tiger Stripe an idea, It is a much smaller monster than the normal Zamtrios. It can also transform into a big ball. But then it bounces around much more like a... Are they called super balls in English? I'm not sure. But one of those very, very bouncy toy balls. And he's just bouncing around like that in the desert. While I can see why the work wasn't done to include him. I somewhat wish he had been included. Equally with Copa Blangonga, he was also a Blangonga version that could be exclusively found in the desert, but for him at least, the normal Blangonga has taken over a lot of the... Was I that low? Okay, I am sorry everybody, I should have healed instead of running in there. Okay, that dealt a lot more damage than I expected. Okay. Let me focus a little bit. Cryosac, let's have a look over here. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Luckily I did not interrupt share there. Okay, these attacks do a lot more damage than I expected them to do. Okay, Slamiron, I think you're hunting Zamites, but Zamtrios is coming over to you. And that is Zamtrios down in his pufferfish form. Although pufferfish he is not. He is much more shark-like than pufferfish-like. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. No. Yeah. That is not... I wasn't complaining. I was just pointing out that he's coming over. But I'm happy that you got at least 2 of them. There are some keen fangs which are useful for me. But it would... I think it would be nice though if somebody does need something that is not directly from the main monster to just let the others know. Because that will then not get people to ask questions. Since I guessed, and I guessed correctly, that you needed Zamite drops. No problem, but yeah. Maybe a good idea. And I'm guessing we're going to go hunt another Zamtrios, and you're going to be trying to pick up a few more scales. Again, that is fine. You have something you need from the quest. And you're going to be spending some time hunting Zamites. Horn coins, that's what I wanted to spend before going onto the quest. Okay, that is all basically done and done. Do I have... I do have hot drinks. Yes, Breath of the Wild was a lot worse optimized than Monster Hunter is. It can dip, but at least it does run mostly solidly. Ah. I see. It does mostly run solidly, but I'm sorry for interrupting myself there. I just realized that I had forgotten to eat, and was thinking to myself that I would want to keep that in mind for the next run. But yeah, being able to play 60 FPS is much nicer than needing to, especially when it dips and it's not stable. But I do think that that is an upgrade that Monster Hunter has not gotten on Switch. On Switch 2, rather. And as a PC user, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there was the fact that if you do want to have that improved frame rate, you do need to pay for an upgrade package. Which, if true, is very weird for me. That's too early. I did see him deflating. I am sorry about that, Slamiron. I was in a combo, and by the time I realized you wanted to sit down a bomb, it was too late. Okay, that is one painful looking contortion. Although with how much cold air is stored in there, it may not have been as bad as it looked. Pain-wise, at least. Don't quite agree with that, but I'll also heal up. I am coming more and more to the conclusion that I have no idea how ledges work. And he is down again. From the overhead perspective, he really looked like a young fish embryo with the amnion attached. That is the... In chicken eggs, that would be the egg yellow. That is providing nutrients to the growing animal. And from overhead, as he was collapsing in on himself, this really looked like a oversized, to be fair, but a fish embryo or shark embryo, who are also fishes, if fish can have a biological meaning, which biology-wise would also make us fish. So, but I do understand that colloquially there is a difference made between. Do I need this many hyper extracts and potent hyper extracts? I would say no, I don't. So I'll quickly go into the box to do some selling. I'll be bringing the chunks. For the ice chunks are very, very... Well, not very, very, but they will probably still come in handy for a lot of weapons that I wanted to craft. I don't have anything in particular waiting for me there, but... And then, as I did say, selling some hyper extract, selling some potent hyper extract. Okay, for that one, I think I will be switching out my weapon. Need Zami hide. Zamite hide or Zamtrios hide? Can I get a good lance into this? That is a decent. I definitely have not worked as hard on the lance than I have on others already. Not even... What exactly do you mean that Minotaur would be disappointed? And the Rift Wizard, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great rest of your Sunday to come. And that is an amulet for me to sell. Well, guess I will be going with a greatsword after all. Oh, okay. I think I understand what you mean, Slamiron, in that I do not have enough lances. Well. As Minoto very well should know, I am a longsword user, even if it is quite suboptimal, and as such, that is what I'll be mainly preparing for. Just collecting rusted weapons, 3 lances and 1 hammer. The lances then should be more or less... Oh, bloody hell. Okay, I'll be eating a few steaks here. The lances should be more or less complete if they were from... Do they have worn and rusted? I don't think so. I think the lances only have one of those. And if you don't want to keep the rusted weapon itself, that means that you have all of them, that you would have all of them down. Yeah, absolutely understandable. Those are swords I think I already added mostly to the collection. Yeah. Really paying attention to the screens and so on, am I? But I do think that they are coming from different... One comes from the worn greatsword path, and the other comes from the rusted greatsword path. I'm not too sure, and I'm not even sure if I still have an example of all of them, but I still have a worn greatsword, that's for sure. Chair is not freezing alone this round. I have forgotten my hot drinks. Wizard, do you have several save files or only a single one? Because for me the main issue has already become the fact that I do require But I have too little space left over. You found a talisman with Clust S +8. Set up Pardust. Oh yeah, that is very strong. We have a quick... That is... Yeah, 18, that is very much. So I have the Ice Steel Edge. There is the Ancient Blade, and I better check over here. So the Giant Wing, the Ancient Blade. It is going up nicely in sharpness, but it doesn't look like it should. And then there is the King Telstra Blade that is also out of one of those paths, and the Epitaph Blade is also a worn, also coming out of the worn Greatsword path. Oh, you sold a unique weapon in... Okay. Okay, I can see why you would want to restart at that moment. The Worn Greatsword is much easier to obtain. Yes, because you don't need to be as far along in the story in order to be able to find one. That is a weapon that, from the looks, I already have. I probably don't have the same level. But damn it, that heavy bowgun... No, that's a... No, that is definitely a heavy bowgun. Looks huge. Yeah. Okay, I have it level... Crystal be at level 7, so I am not even halfway done. Damn it, that looks huge. Oh. It's not even... Nah, it's not even close to properly upgraded yet, unfortunately. I hope yeah, no. I'm feeling very silly right now. But for some reason that is not a heavy bowgun. Atal'Kar is a good one. It's a much shorter one than the other one I was thinking about, because Lao is also quite valuable material-wise. Narkakos is decently expensive in its sales. Yeah, that is decently, but Alateron takes a lot longer. Yeah, okay, Conlos, Akantor are also very are also quite valuable material-wise, as is Fatalis. I'd say you do need to be ready to sell the material at Alcar is probably the quickest and the most valuable material-wise. If I take a quick look over here, yeah. Kirin is decent. His materials are decent and he can be pretty quick. Let us go hunt a castle. And I know that Pure Crystal and the Easy is still the dragon to hunt. That is fair. Pure Crystals can be worth quite a lot, but I think his materials are more valuable. Golden eggs are valuable as well. Where do you get platinum eggs from? Because if you had a quest that for certain gives you platinum eggs, that might actually be the most valuable. Especially if it is a guaranteed drop. And since it will be from a valuable monster, okay, so platinum eggs, there is no quest that drops platinum eggs with certainty, so not reliable enough to make money with. Okay, that is what I thought. I am not working this currently out correctly timing-wise. Okay, I'm going to mine. I do need iridescent carapaces, regardless of the chance. Yeah, that is a fair price. Yeah, and if you can mount him, that is pretty good. Break his horn. What weapon though would you use? Because with the Black X, okay, I meant for the Kirin hunt. I'm sorry, I was not clear enough. Okay. I will heal up a little. Diablos and Furies Rush can be good. You mean can be good for the Greatsword, but need a talisman? Am I understanding that correctly? And I am off. Atal'Ghar has the huge advantage that her sets all pretty much, or that her armor very much reinforces any talisman. Substantially so. Okay. What would you consider a decent charm? Okay, ouch. Yeah. Okay. Have one or two of those skills partially on the talisman, and then you can, because her armor makes talismans all that much more powerful. If you have a decent one, you can do all the rest with decorations, I'm guessing. Until Khan, I think, out of all of the late game armors, or properly late game armors, seems to be the most flexible one in what you can do with it, because it offers that empowering of the talismans. But of course, yeah, okay. I'm guessing it is something that I have not tried and thus no experience with myself, that if you have a decoration on the talisman, that also gets doubled up by the by Autelkar's skill, or by her armor skill. Yeah, I've seen a ton of different sets use Autelkar as the basis. And with some good slotting and good talisman, you can do a lot with it. Expert 10, crit status 3 with 3 slots. That is an idea I may want to build on. What I do really want with the longsword as well is, and I don't know exactly what the Alatarion armor offers. I actually don't need any right now. That is absolutely fine. Chair, thank you for joining me and Slamiron on the quests today. It's been a lot of fun, so thank you very much, and I hope that you're going to be able to have a lovely rest of your Sunday evening. And it is not one of the armors I have set down to really create a lot. Elemental, so basis wise, depending on which of the two you're choosing. Oh, that is a good question, actually. Goodbye, chair. And that was now completely not really proper. Goodbye, chair. That's how I should have said it. The XR armor, I think, offers more power. How high do you need to crit? How high do you need crit element to go? Plus 10. Anything more doesn't help out, and elemental is also only a single step plus 10 skill. Light resist isn't bad. And brutality is also a really good skill, so... But that would mean that for my build, I'd need 15 handicraft on a charm. I don't think that's possible. Let me have a look. My best handicraft might currently be this, with a total of +7. I need to work a little bit, because I think a mix may be the best. On the other hand, how does brutality work? I am currently not. I do have her armor completed. We went to hunt Atal'Ghar because Lamaira needed some money, and her material sells for a lot of money. I require more iridescent carapaces, but I have not checked whether I really have gotten any outside of the main part of the quest, where I haven't gotten any. Farm points. You mean the Academy points? Or do you mean the... strong quests that give reward Academy points as rewards? Pick up shinies, especially later in G rank. I'll be letting you go first. I'm pretty sure you have not forgotten about the frog. I personally find that they came with time. I did not do any particular grind for it, just... I remember, and then I go like, oh damn it, I didn't bring any. For usually I just run about at the edge of the water until he finally deigns to jump out. True, those are quite valuable. As a general advice, I would say always bring bug net, some bug nets and pickaxes. And just do some mining, collect some bugs, after a quest if you have something available to you. It does not, and I probably have a leather set somewhere that is pretty good at gathering. But most of the gathered materials I got as I was going on by just having the nets and pickaxes with me at all times. If it does have the skill required, then that is not a bad choice. Again, I don't know about the skills themselves, so... Unlike Goldorathian, where I do know that she is a very good set if you require a lot of monster material. She can really boost the amounts of material you are given as a reward for a quest. Yeah, would not be the first time that I took the wrong path here, because there are two available areas from there, and their exits are pretty close together. So yeah, while I'm not exactly in gathering mode, I am pretty good on a lot of stuff except earth crystals. What I would do is have a look around as I did here, and then, since there are no mining spots or bug sites, come back here and just see what I can find. Hello, Spelling. Welcome in. I haven't seen you come into chat before, but welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday afternoon. Well, Sunday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a lovely Sunday to come. I said afternoon. It is afternoon for me, but of course I am not sure what time it is for you. Yeah, and to be open, in Freedom Unite, I would still use the high or G rank variants of the leather armor to do my gathering most of the time. Not exactly sure how the sets evolved there with time, but yeah, those were... If I needed to do gathering, leather would be my go-to. Hyper ice block, that is... Okay, I got one iridescent carapace, which is very nice. I would say one more quest together, Slamiron, and then I had told Yoruba before that I'll be crushing the first village, Great Macau, because he wanted to see it bullied. Can his wings be... Can whose wings be broken? Slamiron? I don't know. I'd have to say possibly yes, but not sure myself. Lavasios you can't break, I'm pretty sure. Possibly not, because of that possibly not. Probably not even. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say that I ever seen them broken. Three Plesioth hard webbing. Wound wings, so you need to be able to break the wings. So go for the non-hyper Plesioth for that. The chances to get it from the quest is much higher. And capturing Plesioth is again a 15% chance to get the hard webbing. But let me know if you want to capture him. I will prepare. But I also need to use a mental post-it note. Not that I get into too much of a rhythm and then unfortunately slay him. So the G2 Plesioses have a much better chance of dropping the wings than the G3 quest. I have Capture Guru, that is not it. I just can go into and then I hear the ping and I'm in a big combo and wouldn't be the first time, although not G rank at that moment. And if I'm not keeping in mind that it is a capture quest, I've gotten better, but I've killed plenty of capture targets. So capture. Capture it is. I do want to have a quick look now if I have captured Plesioth before. Hey, I got my small crown. Nice, nice. Plesioth. I have captured 2, so it's not my first capture, although I have a lot of capture holds. Okay, and I'm going to keep in mind that I do want to cap. He may have already seen me, I am not sure. I got a lot of royal rhinos, and those here, the divine and royal rhinos, are also not shabby as hand-in items. Okay, I'm a little bit sleepy. Okay, that was not a long time to be in a trap. Okay, no idea. Okay, I'm riding him. Okay. That was definitely a wing hit. That was definitely a crack. What cracked? The top fin I would have said would have broken before. Oh, that's a... not... I would say that there is a shot type power. Oh, maybe it improves power coatings? Cap. We want to cap. No, wrong. This way. By the way, the way he jumps into the river for it, it was getting me here. One of his wings may be cracked indeed. His right one. Yes, okay, I see. His right wing is definitely broken. And I'm pretty sure I've seen it like that before. I just didn't connect that with a wing break. Oh, this is, for me, a lovely... a nice, lovely amount, and we did... I hope that you had the same luck I did, for I did get a few of the hard wings. He was really small, yes. Haphazard might be the only skill that does anything there. And my guess would be it powers up the power coatings. That is my best guess. Because Peep flaming, no idea what that means. I think that is the only thing that makes sense. But the basics one would be power C plus rather than power S plus. Yeah, does seem to be that it powers up the coatings. Can't be sure, but that is what I would say. And as I said before, this is the last quest. Salamyron, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you got most, you didn't quite get everything you needed, but you got most of what you needed. I'd be happy to join to help you again next week. And as I said, there is one very quick final thing to do, and that on request, well, not on request by doing a redeem, but Yorba did ask me, and I did say I'll be doing so at the end, to just bully our basic first village hunt, which is Great Great Makas? For some reason that doesn't sound correct. And if I am going to bully him, I'll be doing so properly. Let's see, where is he? Macau. Macau, that's the name. That is 2. Yeah, so the first hunt on the village would be this. So I'll very quickly go bully him. And I do hope that Yorba is still here to see his troublemaker getting properly bullied. I have to say, it's been a long time since I came this far back. It's been a long time since I did any village quests, to be honest. Even though solo, there may be quests even in the village that give me good materials for G rank stuff. Yes. Well, I do think since, well, with going with that, Black Fatalis is just called Fatalis. Only Crimson Fatalis is actually called what he is normally called as well. I don't mind that actually too much. Yes, he is Old Fatalis, but he is also White Fatalis if you go by color. And adding color is the quickest identifier for everybody to know whom you're talking about. Going Black Crimson or Black Red, as we used to call him, or as I used to call him, Black Red White. But yeah, he is Old Fatalis, although, and I can quickly check that, I think that in the English version, although I'm not using exactly the English version of Freedom Unite, he was actually called White Fatalis. So yeah, bullying over, that was pretty quickly. That was pretty quick. And yeah, there is a lot with names and so on where you do need to, where the fan community did flip some stuff around, have nicknames for the monsters. I am now curious enough to want to check it out. So let me see if how old a White Fatalis is called in Freedom Unite, or at least in the copy of Freedom Unite that I'm currently playing. Let's start with it. Let's start with the complete. Monster Hunter Freedom Unite complete, where that since it is modded and fans added, like you have the ability to have all of the event quests at the same time instead of just the 6. White Beam of Light, just Fatalis. Place where white light dances about, twinkling like stars in the sky. So on the event quest, he is not called White. The Ancestral Dragon. So old, ancestral, and I can have a very quick look for his materials. Bloody need to go through this as well. I have some honey. I'd really need to clean this up. Conlos White. Here it is White Fatalis. Okay. I'll very quickly go back, because this is, as I said, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite complete, but I ought to have the other ROM as well. I do, although here I do not know how far I am ahead in the on the save file. It could turn out that okay, same save file basically. Bloody hell. It by far doesn't look as nice, but white Fatalis as well. So yeah. In Freedom Unite, his materials were called white. He was the ancestral dragon. Oh, there's one more place we can look. In the... Sorry. Bloody hell. Since they're not the same buttons, I'm getting confused here. Monster list. Okay, there's just Fatalis and... In the do I have anything in the info magazines? Monster Compendium? No. Fatalis is not even represented here. Legendary Black Dragon. But he is the only Fatalis listed. Have I should have successfully slain them before. Yeah, there's the white. Yeah, even in the award section, they calling him White Fatalis. Had a white crown, proof of slaying a white Fatalis. Its long, flowing white mane reveals its age. So, yeah. They are calling him... They're calling him White Fatalis here, specifically. Well, depending on how you see it, I tend to call him White Fatalis as well. Simply due to the fact that coming from Freedom Unite, he was being called white. Yeah, but with that discovered and that now being clear, I did not have the reference. I don't think it is available to me. The reference from... No, sorry, I haven't. I have played Undertale, but I haven't played Deltarune, so... No, I haven't quite gotten that. Portable 3H, third HD, well, I hope that it runs well and that you are enjoying it. So yeah. They originally in English called him White Fatalis. I am trying to switch and calling him Old Fatalis, but I've called him White Fatalis for so long and didn't even really start switching until GU released. So I need to put a little bit more effort in, but Old Fatalis he shall be. And yeah, we are now coming to more of the end of stream proper. As always, I'll be quickly going over the schedule. I'll be releasing the schedule in a written form on Discord and on Twitter in about half an hour's time. And we'll be raiding out. So if you do have an idea on whom to raid out to, please let me know in chat and I'll be taking that under consideration. But yeah. Schedule. So tomorrow, Monday, I'll be streaming some more Golden Sun, as I will do on Friday. And that is going to be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time for both days, for both Monday and Friday. On Thursday, I will be continuing with I will be finishing, hopefully, very hopefully, the StarCraft Protoss campaign. So out of the original game, the two last missions for the Protoss campaign, I'll try to finish. And then afterwards, after finishing them, I'll be doing some ladder. If I can get onto the ladder of the week after next, I'll be starting the Brood War campaign. If not, I'll do a day where I'll just be on the ladder. And yeah. Then next weekend, of course, I'll be playing more Monster Hunter as has become expected. I'll be starting in Generations Ultimate, but I am willing and able to switch if you want to see a monster that is not, for example, available in Generations Ultimate. And that is going to be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. So yeah, that is for the schedule next week. And apparently, according to Slamaron, I want filet mignon, cooked medium rare, peppercorned with creamy mashed potatoes and steamed buttered vegetables. If I have filet, I'd rather want it what I would call bleu, which is very rare. Basically seared on the outside and then allowed to, if you're doing it right, allowed to warm up to about 60 or so degrees. Yeah, that is my favorite way to enjoy filet. A good piece of filet is it should be prepared like that for me. Yes, and maybe I am one of the rare guys, but I really, really do enjoy it like that. I am aware of that. I do speak. I speak fluent French. I should not be underselling that. It is rusty. I haven't conversationally spoken it in a while, but I do speak fluent French, and some words I just go into my French mode because I wouldn't even be sure how to pronounce it in an English fashion. So yeah, but well done. It is very delicious. Yeah, you are unfortunately late, Kimley. It is what time it is. But I do hope that so far you had a great Sunday and that you can still be looking forward to a lovely Sunday to come, of course. And I also will welcome you in, even though we are in the closing of stream. I also do eat beef. Yeah, beef I do eat raw in what I would call tartare, filet tartare. Not entirely sure how you translate that into English. Prison. I'm not sure what you mean with prison. Meat, no, that is pork. It is if you eat it within the delays, it is safe. But pork does have a lot more issues with parasites, and other diseases that are transmittable. So, but yeah, I don't eat raw pork. Raw beef, though, yes, I do enjoy that. Raw fish, I do enjoy. Yeah. I'm not sure if you have other questions on what I eat. I am not personally a very picky eater. There are a few things I'd rather not. Okay, there's one thing that immediately comes to mind that I don't like very much, and that is cheese fondue. That is not something I really enjoy eating. Although I do like cheese, that is too much. Maybe it's the wine added into the cheese that I don't enjoy so much the taste of as a general. I don't know. It is something that I don't eat. I don't enjoy eating very much. Hmm. That seems to be dishes. Polo is probably something chicken with chicken. Buke, I'm not sure. Pronounced pollo. You mean the your version of raw pork? They're all Spanish. Oh, pollo. I don't think so. All Spanish meats. I'm not sure. Since I don't know what it is, I don't know. And I'd probably ask if I were in Spain and I had these choices. Um, if you were to force me, I'm sorry, I'm going to refund you those points. Gimli, I can take them off. Well, yeah, I can take them off and then read chat like this. Because I will need to read chat like this then. Let me bring the microphone over that you can at least hear me a little bit better. Since I have to choose, I'll go with Polo. Or Pollo. Although that is something I don't quite think is correct. Grilled? Okay, I did expect something chicken. Dropped your phone into your spaghetti. Okay. Dropped your food into your spaghetti. I'm not sure what is punishment there, but phone, yeah. Do clean it out properly. Phones usually don't enjoy being slathered with sauce, and I'm guessing tomato sauce, which is also quite acidic. But I am happy to hear that you're enjoying dinner, probably. Yes, and ketchup. That is not anything I really do. I do eat my if I have spaghetti, I eat it in the Italian way. Um, just boil them up onto the fork. It works really well, and in my opinion, it also um, does something that by wrapping the sauce inside of the bowl gives you a lot of flavor throughout throughout it all. Okay, that... I have no idea how to pronounce that C. Shishkova. Okay. So read that as a CH. No? Okay. Okay, fair. That's my German kicking in. Swishkova. I'm not sure I should be putting a T in there, but because that would then in my head now go into switch and Switchkova, which I also don't think is correct. It's then more... There is naturally a T in Switchkova. Okay. And I'm getting an explanation of the meats I could choose from before. Asada steak, polo chicken, pastor pork, pork with pineapple. Not exactly sure if that is some... I don't like pineapple too much. If it's just the taste in the sauce, it's more or less fine. But whole pineapple, I found something else I don't like. Adobada, fried marinated pork. Pescado is okay. Yes, I could have thought about that. Pescado being fish. Pisces being Latin for fish. Camaron shrimp. Carnitas, the larded shredded. Okay. Bouquet. I pronounce it bouquet then, because the other pronunciations in my head are Buche or Büch, and I don't think either of those is close. Lengua, cow tongue. Tripa, guts. I think that may need some getting used to. I usually don't eat guts. Bouchier. Okay, another hidden T. In German, Tschechian would actually be written with a T. In the German, how it would be written in German. In German, it's written like this. Avocado, I do enjoy as well. Avocado is I was going to say a good addition, but there are some recipes where it's a good main part of the dish as well. Okay, you really got me with that. I was like, oh yeah, you're coming in late, and I only am reading chat a little bit longer, and it doesn't matter anymore. You really got me good with lose the glasses, because if I have to read chat, if I have to read chat a lot, that's the hardest thing to do without without glasses. Well, welcome back, Tira. We are at the end discussing pronunciations. I have a little bit more time today, so I could stay longer. Possibly. It is something I have thought about, if I am um, if I'm honest, Kimley, but I think the main issue currently is that I am not sure if I could fill a stream properly without a big part of chat being there to discuss things with, to toss ideas about. Um, I'm not sure if I could do it well. In Sweden, it's Tjeckien. I guess that's how it's pronounced. And with it, if you do not like avocados yourself, then that is, I think that is absolutely fair. Everybody has some foods they don't appreciate. For the longest time, I didn't like mushrooms until I came around to them. But yeah, and there can be a myriad of reasons why you don't. And there is enough food variety that nowadays you don't need to force yourself to like a particular food, even if a lot of people like it. I enjoy my avocado, especially in a semi-Japanese form with raw fish. Although, no, I do think it is. At least it has been properly adapted by the Japanese as well. So there is that is my favorite dish in which I like avocado. But again, with the fish is the main part of the dish, and the avocado is a supporting part, if that makes sense. But it is very delicious, and it is something I do really enjoy. And yeah, I'm not sure I would enjoy avocado, for example, as a replacement for another ingredient in a dish that I am used to more traditionally. But I can see not liking that if somebody would try to replace potatoes in a dish that usually doesn't have avocado. I can see me not enjoying that as much. But in a dish that has been made with the idea we're going to be using avocado as an ingredient here, I do enjoy the avocado. I do enjoy avocado. But again, I am not trying to and I hope that didn't come across like that I'm judging you or anybody else for not enjoying a certain ingredient. Tira, sorry for coming around to your comment only now. Your dream, I hope that in your dream, if it wanted you to hunt rust razors, you did get the scalps. If not, you unfortunately need to wait until next Saturday that I can be helping you out with hunting some rust razors. That may be something really interesting. Polynesian avocado dessert. Pulpit with coconut milk, condensed milk, and something else. I'm not sure if condensed milk is a. I would use cream maybe instead of condensed milk. You need it to be sweet. You can always add sugar, but then again, yeah, okay, I see your point. And if it is a recipe, I'd rather try before judging it. It is just that in my head, I would prefer to use cream rather than condensed milk. Again, that is that may be something specific to me. And again, I think I already said so. Thank you very much for your vote of confidence in being able to do a just chatting stream. Maybe I will sit down and prepare one with topics that I can go into if chat is slow or something like that. I'll give it another thought. Thank you very much for that, though, Kimley. Thank you for that vote of confidence. Yeah, that we were talking and we were hunting a Rust Razor, so that may have happened. Again, if you do need one, I'd be happy to help you out next week. For now, stream is slowly coming to an end, even though Kimley does have another comment or question for me. And it's been more than 5 minutes, so I'll be alleviating my I don't see anything anymore and be putting my glasses back on. Snookies. I've heard of them before. I don't immediately... The dish is not immediately coming into my head. I need to look it up. You were asked out on a second date by a woman for dinner serving moray eels. I'm not sure if it was moray eels, but I have eaten eel before. It's... I'm not sure. It's not exactly a fishy. It wasn't moray eels. Okay. I don't know. Well, I've eaten eel in Japan. Possibly that wasn't moray eels. Probably it wasn't moray eels, but I don't know what eel it was. You need like 6 scalps, Tira. Well, as I said, next week I'd be very happy to help you out. I've seen them before. That is, although not a feature why I would immediately go like, we can't eat that. You can try everything at least once, and probably somebody did try moray eel. Not sure if it was tasty, but I'm pretty sure it has been tried as a dish or as a meat. So yeah. But yeah, eel, it is really nice. I'm trying to take apart the taste because most of the, like basically all of the eel I've been served in Japan was in a either marinated or in a sauce. Unagi. Nah, unagi is not eel, I want to say. That might be sea urchin instead. Although, again... No, unagi is the eel indeed. My brain was not translating that correctly. And now that I've looked it up, it's a freshwater eel, not a seawater eel, so it couldn't have been a moray eel. But anago is eaten as well, so... Tarako. Oh, ro, yeah. Yeah, I hope you're going to be enjoying it. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. I don't think I need to look it up. I think I had that before. Although I know I'm rather pretty sure I had spaghetti tarako before.
No, definitely I had that before. More than once. It is good. It is very salty in my opinion though, but it is good. Haven't had any in a while. Mainly because I haven't gotten tarako in a while. Maybe I should. Maybe I should try making it myself because so far all of the spaghetti tarako I have eaten, I have not cooked myself. So maybe I need to give it a go and see if I can do it as well. And yeah, I am now getting more and more hungry. We had a very nice food discussion here. And unless there is anything still where you have something you want to discuss now, I think I will just having broadside, so bread. I'll probably have some cheese, some salami, and pate. I think that is still pate in. No. Yeah, still pate in English. So yeah, I have during all of the discussion seen no suggestions for a raid out. I will need to buy some tofu then, but I will give it a go. And since you suggested the style as very Vietnamese, I'll see if I can find a recipe for it that I can get it right, as in you as close as you are imagining it. Tira, I hope that you're going to have another restful nap since you're going back to sleep. And I'll be spending at least 10 euro and getting to a Lidl and back. Because we do have we have one closer, but it's not the same. It's not carrying the same as the German one does. Yeah, I'd have to drive about 80 kilometers to get to a Lidl, or to the Lidl I am thinking about, because again, the one in Luxembourg has a very different assortment and is a lot more focused on Portuguese specialities than anything else. My closest grocer is like 5 minutes by car. It has a lot of choice though, and it still has a lot of meat. Although German meats are not exactly. I prefer to buy the meat local. But yes, they do have in Germany at least they have a larger selection of tofu. But I can also get tofu from my nearest grocer, so I don't think I need to go to drive that far in order to get the tofu I need. Okay, as for I've been taking a quick look at possible raid out targets. As always, if you still have a suggestion, please, you can still let me know, and I'll still be taking it under consideration. But I'm thinking about either raiding out to the Last Lullaby. She, I'd be guessing, is currently playing Monster Hunter GU, or
we can raid out to Fronia, who is currently playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Which of the two would you prefer? I would tend to say more Monster Hunter, so raiding out to the last Lullaby. She is. I currently see. Well, from the avatar, I see her playing as a Prowler currently. Solo catting, she's calling the stream, so we'll be raiding out to her. And with that, today's stream comes to an end, a little bit longer than usual, and we did have a very good discussion here at the end. And I will be taking under consideration maybe doing some just chatting streams. I'll see. Currently, I do want to finish up more of the games that I have going on. And then afterwards, I'll see how I will organize that. But again, Kimley, thank you very much for the vote of confidence. And everybody else, thank you very much for having joined me, either here as viewers watching or in game. Chair is probably already gone, but Slamiron, thank you very much for having joined me there. I hope and I wish you all a lovely rest of your Sunday afternoon. Please have a great time, and until we do see each other next time, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, whenever I am doing something that interests you, I hope that you would stop by. And until then, I'm going to wish all of you a fantastic time, and until then, goodbye.